Good evening. Ladies and gentlemen, wow, English. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. Once again, I welcome you back. I stumble over my words, and I haven't even had a sip of my beverage yet. Now I have. Happy Saturday. Hope your weekend's kicking ass. If not, I'm afraid we'll have to have stern words. All right. The Chamber of Sins. Did I not? I did finish. I got to the Chamber of Sins, but I have not gone through the portal. That's where I left myself earlier today. Hi, Silk. And in we go. We have an expedition. We will do that first. Monsters are immune to chaos damage. That doesn't affect me. Ideally, we should want to trigger that first, because we don't care about them being immune to chaos damage, so that will give us increased experience for all of the mobs we then blow up. Two. Oof. That one's going to be ugly. Alright. I have not yet died with this build, but the night is young. Good evening, all. Welcome those of you who have joined me. Wow, actually that one was really short and easy. Thanks. Nothing there, nothing there, nothing there. I will repeat. Every single one of these chests should have some of the mechanic-based currencies. At least that much reward. Tujin. Has he got anything worth buying? I can now afford the 2 chaos. That's worth it. He wanted 44. He took 24. Sucker. Not sure anything else I can afford here except for that. Don't want that. Alright, so we will continue on. Oh no, we wanted to, we definitely wanted to dive into the weird wood, or whatever it's called. Wildwood, weird wood, wacky wood. Well, we've got yellow. I'd really like blue. I'd rather follow blue, as I think that's more likely to give us. We have a quest to kill 500 nameless creatures, and I think they come mostly out of the blue. But I'm not certain about that, because we're at 344. I don't know if there's a correlation, but I seem to get more of them when I'm following the blue motes than the yellow motes or the purple motes. the Bzzzt, which I was speaking in the subject matter of this evening's stream. The more mobs on screen, the better it does. As it seems to bounce around in a very merry fashion, basically murdering everything. And it can burn through bosses quick, too. Alright, we'll go into Malagaro's Sanctum then. I think it'll be a particularly good one for mapping. As it, I don't know if it can reach off screen, but it does a job on clustered mobs that are on screen for sure. Got one all the way up there. Also, the build guide I'm following doesn't say anything about running Lightning Herald, but I am, and I think it adds a significant in-transit ability to nuke mobs. Whoops, something was shooting stuff at me from far away. I'm the only thing allowed to shoot things from far away. The hell, dude? What's wrong with you guys? Whoops. Get out of that. Do not want to stand in the bad. Do not stand in the bad. It is a rule in all of the games. Referred to as don't stand in the fire. I have always referred to it as don't stand in the poop, because often it's not actually fire, it's poison or something else, but it's always bad. Either don't stand in the bad or don't stand in the poop. You can see it does a pretty good job in transit in dealing with mobs. And here is the bad man. Nobody knows what it's like to be the bad man. To be the sad man. Alright, we phased him pretty quick the first time. Insta-phased him there. Or close enough to it. Pretty fast. It's even okay for boss killing. Not great by any means, but it's okay. Back to the Chamber of Sins, where Silk, who is about as dumb as a person can get, he wants to get married to the Spider Goddess. There's no way that ends up going wrong. Except all the ways you would think it would go wrong. Still at 347. Got blue. $352. So generally I see a correlation between the mobs in blue areas and the nameless mobs I need to kill. I assume killing those will get me a couple more of the not mastered points, but spec points. Superior summon Raging Spirits. Where was that when I was playing Raging Spirits? Absent. Nowhere to be found. More blue. That was 4 more mobs. Only 144 to go. 1 gross. Now we're getting some purple. Oh, the purple mobs are bad. Got him. Him. We'll grab the crystal wand as we are hoping to get a better 1 point plus 1 skill level of all lightning gems. Wand. We're still looking for that. We're 1,300 purple and 1,700 blue. These mobs are going to be pretty juiced up. Good morning, Nod Knox. Hope you and and Mrs. Knox are feeling a little better. Whoops, that's not good. Oh, that is really not good. Tumultuous Torment. Defeat possessed monsters completed. Okay. That was probably a possessed and juiced up monster. It was bad. Excellent. Extremely good news. That deserves a thumbs up, so I will give you one. There's lots and lots and lots of loot. This is what a juiced up mob will give you. Lots and lots and lots of loot. I will try and do a heist after I finish up this map. I am indeed drinking in the makeshift root beer floats. The adult version of a root beer float. So in a few hours, I managed to get this character all the way from creation to level 60. That doesn't seem right. It says 11 hours. I can't believe I played 11 hours. Well, maybe I did between the 2 sessions, last night and then today. It was pretty strong. I've got a good amount of vodka to go through this evening. I need to talk to Helena, and that's right, I also have the heist I need to do. I have a pretty heavy pour hand. At least when I'm pouring for myself.
Unfortunately, Arakari's temple lies beyond that.
Excellent choice.
Wits about you.
What you tell me, be well.
One less twisted.
Let's see. Probably that one. Not that I expect it'll be usable. Not terrible. Blame their foot for fast driving. Blame your hand for drinking. Yes. If my hand didn't have a mind of its own, it wouldn't be so strong. Well, you have heard me say that my brain has shit for brains. There's a correlation there. That one's worth keeping. Nope. Nope. Come on, looking for +1 to all lightning skills. Come on. Can't get no luck. The game says no. Stupid game. What does the game know? That is one of the new... So in addition to our regular variety ascendancy, there's a separate ascendancy tree with the new mechanic. And the first one here is you get a increased character size. My character looks bigger. I don't know why it's important. And a Wildwood rucksack gives you 20 extra slots. When I get 2 more points, I'll go there, and at that point I can start using a charm, and then another charm, and eventually another charm. And charms are just a little additional magic item. There's 3 different ascendancies to choose from in this league. The one on my other character gave me more armor, something called bark skin. And the third one gives you, I can't remember their name. They take up a potion slot, a flask slot. Well, an unending complaint of mine about the game is how abusive it is towards the player base. Hey, fat buddy, how you doing tonight? When it comes to storage, your character mocks you when you try and pick something up and your storage is full. They put quest items in the regular inventory, which is a bullshit mechanic regardless of game.
Yes?
So for the first time, yes, they're dangling this in front of players. And because we're players, we go, huh? Mind you, it's a little strange to me that I didn't grab it on the first character, but I was supposed to grab the bark skin stuff. So I did. All right, no. No, we don't need either of those. Well, it's faster to just... We'll go to my hideout. In Grim Dawn, you don't mind. In that game, you have about 10 times the storage in your character. Yeah, when you walk around. Well, you get additional bags to expand it more and more. And then your inventory, you know, your stash space is vastly larger, and it has a shared stash in addition to your character stash. But we're going to do a heist. Wow, I have a power of 2 number of rogues markers, 4096. That's what, 12 bits? I think. Which one looks complicated? Which mechanic? Knowledge League, mechanics, ends with incursion. I really like the Incursion League a lot. That's one of the ones I really played the living shit out of.
You want to work with me?
Do, 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 do.
You want to work with me?
I think I have a few heist items I set aside. Over here, maybe? No. Here? There. Rarity of items dropped in heist, or rarity of items dropped in heist. Would I rather have 14% of items dropped in heist, or increased rarity of 14% items dropped in heist? It's tough for me to decide. Legion was good. Abyss, I really... Abyss was my favorite, so I've got a lot of nostalgia for that. That was my first real one that... Oh, I can't even put that in yet. Cars. How about Tibbs? Tibbs? Nope. Isla? Yes, Isla can have it. Okay, Isla has it. My first league was Abyss, and so yeah, that was the first one I finally the game clicked for me and stuck. It was 4 or 5 tries before that, and I just bounced off. Which certainly can't be a surprise to anyone who's played the game, given what the game is like. Conduit, good evening, my friend.
Greetings.
Prepare a heist. Oh, there it is. I'm going to have a heist, and we're going to do it with Isla. There we go.
Say my name.
Heist is one of the more interesting mechanics they ever did. On the beta. Wow. Old school. Well, you decide for yourself. It's actually one of their cooler mechanics. Sadly for me, for whatever reason, you have to work your way in and steal something and then kind of fight your way out. And the fighting the way out part, I fail too often on. If you fail, nothing you pick up do you get to keep. So we have a map. You can see it here. There are chests, and every time you open a chest, it raises the alert level. There's the end result that we're looking for. And this is a mission heist instead of a more general randomized heist. So this one has a specific layout and everything.
Hey, you!
So, I mean, they put an enormous amount of work into this specific league mechanic. Some league mechanics are a lot more sort of nailed in than this one. This one, they put a lot of work into it. There's a lot of writing, a lot of voice work was done, and so on. No. Funnily enough, when the league launched, killing anything raised the alert level. But you couldn't avoid it because their aggro radiuses were so large. And that changed after 1 or 2 days at most. Basically, okay, just go ahead and kill anything you want. So I will open this locker, and my alert level, it's blinking, so that'll go up by that much. But you'll note these have little lock icons on them, so in fact I can't actually use them until I get back to town. And if I don't get back to town without dying, I don't get them.
I command you to stop.
Let's see. Who goes there? And there are mechanics where one of the NPCs who is with you, you can have like up to 4 NPCs with you, depending on the mission. And there are very, very complicated missions that are in it.
Let's throw a wrench in the works.
And she's going to disabled the minefield in there. They all just blew up on their own.
Surrender or die! Surrender!
There are also reward rooms.
Not good at all.
Like this one,
Perhaps a
where there's a
playstyle
different
design
chest
will
that has more of an alert level and is more likely to have cool stuff. It's a secure repository, not a secure suppository. Although,
Let's throw a wrench in the
talismans? Talismans? If anything, essences are more good than ever for crafting, because they're a cheap crafting option for when you're fishing for specific affixes on your items. That's why basically everybody, when they get to maps, the first thing they do is they grab a node that ensures you get at least one essence in every single map. Yeah, they are very good.
Surrender or die!
thought this through.
Let's see. We have another reward room up here.
Who goes there?
Let's throw a wrench in the works.
Hold the line!
Now, I could just turn around and leave right now, and all the loot I have would be secure. But that's not much of a heist, now is it?
We can afford no more
Surrender
unanticipated
or
variables. Not good at all.
Thieves, die! Seize them!
Well, this we can grab.
inventions.
Well, I mean, that's obviously the vibe they were going for. You have a rogues gallery of people that you can bring along on the missions. I think she's an engineer, Isla. Yeah, she's the engineer. They each have a sort of a nickname. There are a couple of guys who are muscle. There's a thief. Well, over here, there's a pile of inexplicable junk. I have to steal the pile of inexplicable junk. And the alarm has gone off now. Now, some of these doors will now be closed, and certain new stuff, see, like this, that requires her to open it up. Whoops, we don't like that. Wrong way. Right way. Gotta say, this build does appear to be pretty good for a heist. And we're out.
Continue the real treasure with the knowledge we gleaned along the way.
I don't know. Now, God damn it, if that's the case, Nod Knox, I'm going to resent you forever for noticing and I didn't. Now I have to find out. Curse you! Oh, come on now. Don't bug out on me now. There we go. 3, 5. Looks like 10. I guess I'd be 11. 3, 5, 7, 10. Looks like it's 11. No, yeah, but well, to Ocean's 11. Are there 10 or 11 of them in addition to Danny Ocean? I'm not sure. I appreciate your thoughtfulness, Canucket. And here you can see why loading into towns takes so long, as it needs to load in all of the MTX. And why performance in towns goes to shit. 11 is actually good. They're entertaining. They're light heist films. 12 is not very good, completely skippable. 13 is good again. And it's obvious the actors are having a blast doing these. I think that's a lot of the fun, is you can tell when the actors are having fun.
My inventions.
The remakes. I mean, I know I saw the originals along. Well, there was only Ocean's 11 originally. In that case, though, it was the same deal. It was the actors were having a blast. That was the original Rat Pack, Frank Sinatra and pals. So everything we picked up is now ours to keep, and that is a heist. The dude with the scythe. Oh, those are... We'll zoom in. They appear to be weird cephalopods or possibly crustaceans. Not clear. It might be based on Metroids. I don't know enough about Metroids. Could be lice. I don't know enough about lice. I've been called a louse, if that counts, and that visual is another one of the MTX. By the way, I want to be clear. The MTX designers for this game are fucking incredible. They do amazing work. Some of the best MTX I've ever seen, but it's so strange. Oh, you like the cats? Well, thing is, there's another thing. There is, they used the cat animation as a projectile, as an alternate MTX for one of the spells in the game. And that spell has been used in a build where it automatically casts every time you critical hit, and it's called Cats on Crit. Yeah, it all started with the horse armor everyone laughed at. You remember that? No, not Pussy Wave. Cats on Crit. And I may have just crashed out. I believe I just crashed out. I crashed out. Thanks, Nod Knox. Can't take you anywhere. All right. All right. Let me just stick a stake in that one's heart. It thinks it's not dead. It's dead. Nod Knox broke it. What do you know? For a change, I can actually truthfully point at the chatters. Chat broke it. Chat broke my game. I really can't take you guys anywhere. Yeah, am I going to have to ban the word crash from my chat? Add that to the banned list? And Canucket gets to use his F at last. That's right. Laugh it up. Laugh it up the old man's expense. Okay, I'd be laughing it up too. Occasionally, very, very occasionally, a client crash, but the servers almost never. They actually have a patent on their server technology. For those who've never played Guild Wars 2, what happens is if they're going to patch, they'll bring up a separate set of servers running the new patch, and they'll tell you you have 2 hours to log out and back in and get the new patch. And you just play, and you log out and log back in, and when you log back in, you're on the new set of servers. The patch and the servers, occasionally you won't be able to get in because they're having problems with the login servers. But the game servers, I believe I can only remember once them being brought down for anything other than an expansion. Yeah, that's an example of a game company that technically has made a really, really smart addition. All right, let's see if we actually got anything decent. Probably not. We got a bunch of talismans. The odds of those being good are almost zero. Nope. 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 Now, nothing left but the talismans. We got 4 of them. These ones aren't even anointed. Nope. +1 to maximum raised zombies, but nothing else. That one actually is a lot. Holy shit, that's got a lot of life. No resists, but an enormous amount of life. 76, and then on top of it, 9% increased life. That one's a keeper.
Go with the spirit.
A while back, so I want to say like eight patches ago, a couple of years, they used their something they have I don't think have used yet, their smart item generation, where it intentionally generates better items because it's smart about how it puts together affixes and everything. And they only put it initially on talismans. Talismans are corrupted like this, so they can't be changed. And for the first time in my history in the game, players occasionally would find a talisman good enough to use. They immediately removed it in the next league. We don't know why. I mean, if this actually had a resist on it, this would actually be a completely usable amulet. Well, yeah, the Talisman League was different, though, right? Because you built them up over time. You had to tier them up. I've heard people say they didn't particularly like it. That was before my time. Hard to believe that anything could be before my time. I gotta admit, where I'm 60, I should get my next ascendancy. And while we're loading into that, I'm going to AFK for a sec and refill my cup. And then we're going to take on Azaro. There, I no longer have the Comic Sans burning your eyes. So I believe our next points are here. I'm not sure about that. Let me double check. I don't think that's actually right. No, I'm about as wrong as you can get. First points were here, where hits always shock, because shock is what this build scales off of. We go over here next. Exposure you inflict applies an extra minus 25% to the affected resistance and regenerates mana. And the big one here, gain convergence when you hit a unique enemy, no more than once every 8 seconds, 60% area of effect when you don't have convergence. That's a weird one. I guess, well, that one will make map clearing much faster. Okay, got it. Yeah, that one will make map clearing very, very fast. 60% extra area of effect. Yeah. Here we go. We have completed the labyrinth. We now head into the cruel labyrinth. Then the merciless, and then the eternal. Luck is not a factor. Okay, yeah, luck would be nice. And whoop, 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 whoop. No, we don't want that one. I could definitely see myself dying to porcupines. Porcupines are those things. When they die, they explode in a batch of thorns. And it's one of the easiest, quickest, least expected ways to die in the game. In that it happens when you're not expecting it, but you're never surprised when it happens. Oh, shit. Porcupine. Well, that explains it. I died to porcupines. All right, the Aspirant's Trial. 1 of 3. The weary traveler draws close to the end of the path. Hi, Izaro. All right. Test 1 done. He did get 1 good whack in. I can't afford enthusiasm anymore. I have actually only completed the Eternal Labyrinth once.
When I'm ready, I'm not prepared.
Lab running was still a thing for enchantments until through last league. This because they got rid of the enchantments and now they have the gem changes where you can transmogrify gems or get XP for gems or a couple other things you can do with gems. I have no idea how much it's getting run. I would expect in the first few days of the new league it got run a lot as people wanted to try out the transfigured gems. No, we don't want that one. Hopefully the one we want is just over here, close by. Yeah, I've only done it once. You know, part of it, the primary reason is, well, look at that. But the door isn't there, and I'm looking for the door. is that I seldom... Back with the old way, it's a lot easier to get there now. You don't have to find the 6 ascendancy trials and finish those anymore. So it's a lot easier actually to get in there. But in the past, it was an enormous amount of time, and most of the time, when I reached the point where I would be doing the Eternal Lab, I would prefer to have been doing another build. So I think it's just the once. Charisma. Mana reservation increased. Or efficiency increased, I should say. I mean, I know that there are rewards and such available, but basically, I just want to get my ascendancy and get out. I think that's true for a lot of players now, anyway. There's a puzzle there. I don't remember the solution to, so pass. I hope I'm not. I found the dead end. Or the dead end has found me, one of the two. Yeah, alright. Insert swear words here. Gosh dang it. Poo-poo. Fornication. Sorry about the harsh language, guys. Played like 500 hours, loved the game. Then Lab came, he said he hated it. And when it dawned on him that he needed to do it for each character. Yeah, I can understand why. I think it's a great piece of game design, but its place in the game, I think, is not a good location for this kind of game design. I think it's really, really smart, cool, interesting design. I'm just not sure it's exactly... where's my bleed? Okay, I've got bleed is on my mana. Why is that still locked? Alright, there we go. Because, like I said, I enjoy playing a lot of characters. So I can completely identify with it. I can't remember the last time I failed the first lab. The second lab, occasionally, but usually because I do something dumb. The third lab is tougher. That's this one. No, this is the second lab, sorry. And I'd failed the fourth lab a couple of times. Before I finally did succeed the one time I succeeded. I have an issue. I tend to panic when I get into a bad location, let's say. Aspirant's Trial, verse 2.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation.
You know, or give cascaded rewards. You have to defeat Azaro 3 times. Maybe the first one gives you the ascendancy, the second gives you the enchantment that we used to have, and the third one gave you something nifty, right? Something like that. Yeah, I mean, I played a lot of Rogue. I played Rogue on a Vax. And so, I guess because I played it so much, I'm used to the idea of a roguelike. I prefer roguelites, which are the ones where you actually do have advancement. Are you done? I thought you were done the first time you talked.
Loyalty is a fire that spreads.
Yeah, most people don't know the difference between a roguelike and a roguelite. A roguelike is you die. Start again. A roguelite is you die, but you keep some bits and pieces and advancement. Oh, the Vax? Yeah, we had Vax 11780s, 770 or 2, and we had the Cray. Quite a difference in scale between those, I gotta tell you. Domain crossing. That's the right one. We had the central engineering computer resources. So we had Vaxes, we had the Cray, we had Microvaxes, we had a lot of Suns, a lot of SGIs. Yeah, for an educational organization, I would expect to end up with a lot of sort of hand-me-down stuff over the years, which actually can be very useful for teaching. As there's an awful lot of work in supporting old hardware and software. Famously, COBOL programmers make a lot of money. Although I know somebody, IBM I think, is working on training AI to do COBOL programming. Die? Thank you. Have the good grace to die, sir. Oh, I may not have wanted to go here. I didn't want to go there. I don't think. No, didn't want to go there. We want the Trial of Ascendancy, please. Maybe over here? Maybe. Maybe, maybe not. Should be it. It is Aspirant's Trial. Dun, 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 dun.
An aspirant can afford to be promised.
All right.
An emperor must keep
Lens,
those
don't screw this up.
empire awaits you.
Got it.
At last.
Now, the scariest part was running over here to click on your ascendancy. Because you didn't want to crash out and have to do the whole thing again. Yeah, generally, thing is most of the actual COBOL programs out there have aged out. They've retired. There aren't many left. And there's still a lot of like old banking programming and the like that's running off of it. One key, I think. We have one key. I will roll my D20. It's a 19. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 19. Insert sad trombone. Now we'll see what we get from the Divine Font. Okay, we can transform a skill gem to be a random transfigured skill gem of the same color. We can add 3 million or sacrifice a gem for additional treasure keys. That's a first. I haven't seen that one before. One or more what? I get to choose one of these. Oh, yeah, it does say keys. That does imply 2. Otherwise, you'll be sacrificing it for key. But I can't resist when it comes to stuff like this. You know, I'm just a gambler. That's all I can say. I'm a gambler. Oh, let's see. Didn't we have... Ooh, we have Contagion at 16%. It's going to give us a random at 16%. I gotta try it. Does say keys. I don't believe it. It's going to be a random transfigured gem, but I believe the quality percent comes through. It will come through. Raise Zombie of Falling. So instead of raising a zombie here, it's a casting spell, and the zombie falls from the sky and does damage. And that's all it does. It doesn't get up and fight anymore. It's technically, it's a minion. Zizzarin tried this for his League starter. Didn't like it. Eye of Winter of Transience. Fires a single eye projectile which releases a number of shard projectiles in a spiral before dissipating. The shards will damage enemies they impact, dealing cold damage. The eye cannot damage enemies. Deals 31 to 46. This is at level 1. Fires 12 shard projectiles in a spiral while flying, then ends. 50% more projectile speed. Projectiles continuously gain damage, up to 12% more damage by the time they dissipate. And Firestorm of Pelting. Flaming bolts rain down over the targeted area. They explode when landing, dealing damage to nearby enemies. Base duration is 2 seconds. Deals 35 to 53. 1 impact every 0.15 seconds. Base radius is 1.2 meters. Maximum 9 firestorms at a time. You know, I have to actually... I'm going to take a moment here, and I'm going to browse out of curiosity more than anything. I'm going to go to PoE. I'm going to go to the trade. And I'm going to actually look up what they each sell for. So, Raise Zombie of Falling. Raise Zombie of Falling, the base price is 5 Blessed Orbs, 3 Chaos Orbs. Seems to be the real price. 3 Chaos. Transience. $3 Chaos. I wouldn't be surprised if that's sort of the baseline, given the amount of work that has to go into getting one of these. And the last one is Pelting. Firestorm of Pelting. 5 Regals, or 4 Chaos. That one seems to be a little bit higher, so I'm going to take the one that's a little bit higher. Would I ever play it? No. Would I play Eye of Winter? No. Would I play Raise Zombie of Falling? I might. Does not require a corpse. Minions have a 12% chance to deal double damage. Minions hits can't be evaded. It is tempting. But Ziz really didn't like it. I'm going to go this one. We have completed our Ascendance Trial number 2 successfully. Go me. Thank you. Gotta say, I kind of feel like doing a little more heisting. At least until I die and remember why I hate heist.
My health is yours.
+1 to level of socketed melee gems.
Be well.
I have... thought the gems were there. No, it must be 9. I have 5 of these transfigured gems. I also have the Summon Reaper of Revenants, which, gotta say, that's probably the most kick-ass title. Summon Skeletons of Archers, so it summons skeletal archers instead of regular skeletons. Divine Ire of Disintegration, also a good title. And Body Swap of Sacrifice, which does not sound like a really good idea at all. All right, we have a bunker blueprint. Requires, I don't know if I have access to all of those guys or not. Well, let's just go there first. Back to the Rogue Harbor. Don't even think about saying the word. While I log in. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, I found it. It was exactly where I remembered it. See if I can get it. I have too much crap on my floor. By the way, did you know the floor is the largest shelf in your house? Quick. Who is this? You're welcome. It just occurred to me. So let's see, the bunker. It was a good game. That's why I still have the game. I kept it years ago when I finished it. I said, I'm going to like to play this one again. I haven't, but I kept it. Requires lockpicking, trap disarmament, and agility. Level 59, that's a little bit dicey, I think. Level 70, that's a lot dicey. We'll do the... where was it? Level 59 should be fine. Wait, aren't I 60? 61? Level 51 will be fine, I'm sure.
Hello.
Prepare a heist. Brute force. That'll be Tibbs. All of the NPCs here that are part of Lenses 10, they all have their own personality, and they all actually talk with each other as if they have a past. About things they've done in the past, and having worked together in the past.
I brought an old mate of mine along for this job. Her name's Talina.
Pleasure to meet you.
She might not look like much, but
Excuse
she can
me.
get into places no one else can.
We have an additional Talina, the cat burglar. There's a friend of his he's brought along. Holy crap. God damn it. Stop hitting the wrong button, you dumbass. I'm talking to myself there. None of you are dumbasses, as far as I know. Alright, I was looking. We've got one room here. I think that holds a unique or uniques as a reward. Is that the only reward room? That might be a reward room. I can't actually make it out. Now, what did I say? That's a standard lens thing to do, is someone will say something about something I said, and my response is, what did I say? Oh, dumbass. Not that I'm aware of.
Good stuff.
I could be wrong.
We have a job to do.
All right. And this is what Tibbs does.
Easy.
He knocks, he beats the crap out of stuff, basically. That's what he does.
Good find, but don't lose focus.
Got another box. Looks like the boxes are not giving us much in the way of alert level. Probably because we have Talina around. Yeah. Less raising of alert level from her. These are all corrupted items. Odds are they're going to be junk. Mm-hmm.
Back to work. Let's take them.
Got another crate? Sure, why not?
Not bad. Not bad at all. Now, focus.
Did that guy actually ask if I think they're stupid? Is this a trick question?
We've got a fight on our hands.
Thanks, Tibbs.
You want to dance?
Alright, and that was a unique. Heat Shiver. Heat Shiver's good for some builds. Doesn't look like we've got another reward room or another,
But
you know,
don't lose focus.
special reward room.
Now, focus.
Another chest.
Security is focused. Back to work. Let's take
Get down.
Yeah, just the one reward room. That's disappointing. It was a lower level heist, though. So that's the thing. On level heist, I have a very high failure rate on getting out successfully. Part of it is they're tough, and part of it is I panic. When facing certain
get ready to run.
difficulties. And that's it. Enigmatic Assembly C5. Hi, guys. Hope you don't mind, but I'm going to give you a large amount of electrocution.
No witnesses.
I would like that blood scepter, please. And we need Tibbs to open that up again. Thank you, Tibbs. Good work, as always. Oop, that's a bossy type dude. Let's just escape. And Tibbs is leveled up.
But it could have gone a lot worse.
And a bunch of my gems, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Looks like 16 of them leveled up. Back to Rogue Harbor. It does seem that it doesn't actually want me to go back as I click on it and it doesn't take. But if that's Conor McGregor's a skinny little dink. This guy is ginormous. Well, he gets that title because he's an asshole. And people love assholes. Not me. I can't stand guys who go out of their way to be assholes, but it sells, so I understand it. I missed one. Nope. 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 Oh yeah, he's very, very, very well known. But in a lot of sports, being an asshole gets you really well known. All right, let's continue on our leveling path. We've done the Chamber of Sins. I think with the Den is where I left it. I don't know how widely he is disliked. I can't stand him. Especially in something like MMA. You know, behaving like an asshole, like a churl, is more likely to be attractive to the chunk of their audience that is assholes and churls. Oh, this is not good. Those guys are tough. Don't like them. Oh, we got a couple more goobers running around. Pulsing tubers. I don't think I've ever gotten anything decent to drop out of any of the pulsing tubers. Samite slippers aren't bad. Not good, but not bad. Something there hit hard. I'd rather he didn't. Well, if it was him, he's not hitting anything anymore. I tell you, it's taking forever to get the 500 kills I need of the nameless monsters. I don't know which ones are the nameless. I don't know if they're labeled as nameless. At least in Latro, the nameless monsters are labeled nameless. I killed 2 of them in there. Don't know which ones they were. Okay, a couple of those counted. 374. 377. 379. 382. All right, we're making a little progress. Looks like the little ones that look like koalas. Yeah, the drop bears. An example of the sense of humor, in a good way, that GGG has. Sure, let's add drop bears as a monster. That's a dead end. Don't like dead ends. Dead end, dead end, dead end, dead end, dead end, dead end. Sure, I have a Stibnite flask. We'll grab one of those just to make sure that if we need one, we've got one later. That's a dead end. It's a very satisfying build. It's not as satisfying, I would say, as one of the builds that cause a whole bunch of the mobs to be frozen and explode. There's something about the sound of the frozen monsters in this game when they shatter. And they actually changed it at one point. For like 2 days, everyone complained. Nobody liked the new one. The old one was so satisfying, so they immediately changed it back. It was one of those minor changes that get made in games that basically nobody understands why they get made. For instance, many years ago in Lord of the Rings Online, in one patch, unannounced in the patch, as far as I know it was unannounced, they changed the animation for when a hobbit is running and jumps. Yeah, to me what it sounds like, and you're not wrong, is somebody in the company has an idea and wants to prove how valuable they are by implementing it. And it gets added onto their self-review at the end of the year. I changed the sound of the shattering frozen monsters in the game. Or I changed the animation for the animated running hobbit jumps in game in Latro. And they never brought it back. A few of us noticed. Most people never noticed or cared. I miss the old hobbit jumping. Got him. I tell you, I get things working with this. It does pretty decent single target damage.
Turn away the tyrant's face, and kingdom end without a trace.
Right, yeah, exactly. Revamped the sound effects on several skills. Physical damage taken over time. Moving while bleeding doesn't cause you to take extra damage. Flasks. Ignite. That's probably still best. All right. Yeah, if everyone hated what you did, you're right. You don't want to put that on there. Unless you did it because the boss specifically told you to. I'm going to pop back to town real quick and sell stuff. Pardon, old man stretching out. No satisfying pops or cracks there. A little disappointed in that. Hi, Sin. Hi, Whalum. Aramir. I am truly the hero of the modern age. He is a keen judge of character. That Aramir fellow, I gotta say.
Yes, I think there's an
Yes, you loved Grost, I know. Why? Who knows why women fall in love with the men they fall in love with. Chicks, man, am I right? Women, unsubscribe, unsubscribe, unsubscribe. Alright, I had just grabbed this to help me out with my mana reservation. Let me see where I'm headed next. I don't think there's anything... Oh, by the way, this is something they would have added that you wouldn't have seen, Odd Knox, is if you get to the notable in a little node cluster, it opens up a mastery inside of each of these nodes, which gives you your choice of various additions. Hello there and good evening. Let's see, increase damage for each of your aura or herald skills affecting you. All elemental resistance if you have reserved life and mana. Life reservation, efficiency, aura effect, air effect, that doesn't matter. Auras from your skills have increased effect on you. 10%? Really? Just 10%? Non-curse auras have 50% increased duration. Yeah, that's boring. Boring. So the other one is over here, I think. Evasion and life and spell suppression. I don't know if I'd go silly. I'd go very, very narrowly focused. It wouldn't surprise me if there were a couple of them that were silly because, well, they're not shy about giving players the opportunity to make dumb choices. Because some of us will. And I do not exclude myself from that. By any means. That's a really nice little set of armor right there. Energy shield armor, good life, good fire, very good cold resist. I like you. I don't think it has any open affixes. It has an open prefix? Get out of town. It depends. I mean, some of them are very straightforward. There's one in that all of the life masteries have in common. Plus 50 to life. To, you know, the base life non-added percent. That's really good. There's another one that's like plus 15% to life as long as your chest armor doesn't have a life number on it. So that's another one that can be really good too. A lot of them are sort of situational. That's really good. That almost good.
Farewell. Hello. Hello.
Would you stop, Helena? Next one down. Huh. So currently we have 45 life, 189 energy shield. So we'd give up some energy shield. We'd gain a lot of armor. We'd gain a lot of life. I'm definitely holding on to this one, as that one might end up being my armor. At some point, I was going to swap over to my 6th link on the other character. Bring that over. Oh yes, max resist used to be extremely difficult to get. Now it is a high-end, end game, even solo self-found build will get up to 90% max resists. Which was unthinkable years ago. I need to AFK a sec as my cup runneth under. Some things are exactly the same. A lot of things have changed. The crafting options, there are so many crafting options now. So many layers of them that a really good crafter can create stupid stuff even in solo self-found. I'll be right back. I'm returned, and I'm no longer AFK. Those two things, there's a correlation there. See if you can figure it out. Where was I? No, I was out here. Northern Forest. Oh, this is going to get dicey. We've got the Wildwood, and then we've got Delirium. Delirium was by no means my favorite of League mechanics. Because it didn't play well with other League mechanics. Why am I still suffering? Oh, one of them dropped a ground effect. The Primal Huntress. What do we got? I do not have enough of the Wisps. Attack, hits, area of effect per endurance charge when you create a banner. No, neither of those would be good for this build. I still don't have the extra 2 points, do I? Damn it. I'm still looking for another 116 nameless critters. Gave out such a big roar and then died quietly. Alright, we're out of blue juice. Let's see if there's any more blue juice over here. More blue juice. I think we're clean out of blue juice now. Yep. 771 blue juice. The blue juice, a lot of people are complaining about. It's very difficult to see because it kind of looks like the default bluish smaller modes, and a lot of the color blind people couldn't see it at all. All right, this is a Delirium mirror. For those of you who've not seen Delirium League, basically everything's going to go the same monotone color of gray. Additional mobs are going to spawn in areas where they normally don't. I can trigger additional mobs to spawn. A whole lot of extra mobs will spawn. Some of them hit really hard and shit. And at the end, I get extra loot for it, including some cool additional mechanics. For things like, I need more of the large gems. You'll see that there are certain locations where mobs seem to spring out of the ground. So far, the only rewards I've earned through this, for this one, anyway, are a couple of currency rewards. You can't see that. I think my handsome face, okay, well, not my handsome face, this one, is over that part of the display. I also have an item of jewelry coming. So a ring, belt, or amulet. We're going to run out of time here. You can see that at the top of the screen. And give me a large gem. Large cluster jewel. Thank you. Cluster jewels are an interesting mechanic. Basically, they add on additional area onto the spec tree. So I could put one here, for instance, large jewel socket, and it adds additional space, additional links on the tree that add additional stuff. And some of them are extremely powerful. Oh, wait. I needed to come back here because I need to defeat Grothkol. do with your current place in the space-time wibbly-wobbly? Yeah, well, the wibbly-wobbly timey stuff you can't get around. Just ask any doctor. Haha. Sorry, I could never get past the Tom Baker doctor. When he first appeared in the U.S., the first time that my local PBS channel was showing, public broadcasting service, was showing Doctor Who, and it seemed science fiction-y, but he's the second creepiest British celebrity of all time, next to the one who actually was a horrible creep, Jimmy Savile. All right, the Dread Thicket. I hate this for a couple reasons. Yeah, I didn't get into it. First of all, the effects were cheesy, even for what I expected in, you know, late 1960s, I think. Note, more items that need to go in our inventory. Quest items in our inventory. The effects were cheesy, but Tom Baker just creeped me out. He just looked like... he looked like a sex offender. Sorry. Not as much as Jimmy Savile did and was, but he looked like it. My understanding is he's a lovely guy. Another passive point. Where was I going? Oh, I'm not sure if I go up or... No, I wasn't going there. I was going here. Not there. Is it there? It was there. Okay. All right, now we have to defeat Gruthcool. Right. She went down in a very conveniently quick hurry. That was nice. Yeah, my understanding is that Tom Baker's a very nice guy. Well liked amongst the fellow actors and the fans. He just looks creepy as hell. And obviously, I'm not sure if he's the most popular of all time, of the Doctors. But oh my god, the special effects were so bad. I don't think he was the actual first. He was the first one that we got in America. I think there was one before that. But again, I've never been a Whovian, so I cannot really comment on it cogently. Now, if you want some Star Trek information, well, okay, not all of it. The earlier stuff. I even have a distinct memory of watching one of the original series. When it first aired, I was 7. Yeah, well, that's the kind of thing I'm good at. I'm good at the referential stuff. Improvisation off of things that other people are saying or doing is something I do quite well. In the past, I had people suggest I should be a stand-up comic, and I said, no, that's not the way my humor works. My humor works because you say something, and I can see something in what you said that would be funny if I mouthed off about it. Oh, something fell. Why, that was a 6-socket item. I'll take that. Well, I mean, I was the same way with Star Trek for a long time. Star Trek didn't lose me until Voyager. I watched the first couple of Voyager episodes, and then immediately checked out. The writing was bad, the acting was bad. At least in the early episodes. I cannot comment again cogently on later stuff, but early on, whoo boy. Well, I mean, I know they've done good work in it. For instance, I have seen the one they did with Tony Curran playing Vincent van Gogh and Bill Nighy playing like a museum curator talking about Van Gogh's life. Beautifully done. Also, I'll note that Nighy and Curran were in one or more of the the movies about the wars between the vampires and the werewolves. God, my brain. No, the one with the hot British actress. Holy crap, I can't even remember her name. Kate Beckinsale. Yeah, Underworld. Bill Nighy was in the first Underworld, met an unpleasant end at the hands of Kate Beckinsale. He was back in the same role, back in time, and Tony Curran played, I think, one of the other vampire lords who'd gotten locked up at some point. I can't remember for sure. Underworld is correct. Twilight is not. That's not funny, sir. I was forced to read the Twilight books. I was threatened with physical violence by multiple friends of mine if I wouldn't read them. I had 2 female friends, and they were just friends, who said, you have to read them. And they said it forcefully. And one of them said it outright, and the other one, when I mentioned it, agreed that if I didn't read it, they would hurt me. I'm going to promise you won't tell anyone. I mean, it's just you and me. Not anyone who happens to be watching on YouTube. I didn't actually read the last one. I read the synopsis online. And I shook my head and said, I can't do this to myself. There's only one other book where I did that, where I was absolutely going to read it. And then I read the synopsis on Usenet, read it before Reddit, and went, well, I see no reason to read this now. And that was Hannibal. I had read the first 2 books. I'd read Red Dragon and Silence of the Lambs. And Hannibal was coming out, and I thought the guy was joking with his synopsis. I really didn't believe it was actually what he said it was. It was. That's a nope. A nope. That's not terrible. Not quite good enough. That one's good. That one's actually quite good. I think I'm about to swap my amulets right now. I got something good, guys. That one's not even terrible.
Farewell.
Well, Twilight was also made into movies. Don't do it to yourself. And, Hannibal, they later did a TV version a TV show of Hannibal with Mads Mikkelsen. Scandinavia represent. I have another skill point. Where do I need to go? I need to go along the left-hand side. So we go along the left-hand side. I watched a lot of DS9, not all of it. I would say I probably watched 60 or 70% of DS9. Oh, look, I got 1/6 of a chin soul. You want to know how impressed I am by that? Chin soul. Chin soul. I've already gotten 2 of them, so getting 1/6 of a chin soul, not impressive. Chin soul used to be a good bow. I'm not sure if it's good for anything anymore. Increased physical damage, adds fire damage, attack speed, damage with arrow hits at close range, and knockback at close range, unless they changed it. It used to be a solid bow that made a lot of builds. Oh yeah, uniques got their own tab. You can have 1 of every unique. Additional ones don't stack. So I have 23% of all unique quivers in the game. That was a tab I bought for fun, not for practicality. All right. 87 and 11% to all elemental resistance. That's 15 additional life. Nope. I got 20 strength and wow, and 32 dex. 52 dex. That's pretty goddamn good. I'm going to bet everything still works. Everything still works. I get more life. I got more elemental resists. What's not to like? %10 increased spell damage on the large cluster jewel. Yeah, it's a... The uniques, yeah, I love the uniques. It's awesome. Just to browse sometimes. And when you're working on an additional character, you know, you go, all right, let's see. I've hit level 28. What gloves do I have I might want to use? Okay, that one, no, yeah, no. And so it makes picking out uniques a lot faster. I'm still using 2 unique rings, by the way. Lehoup of all. That's 20% to all elemental resistances, 24% to all damage, and 13 to all attributes. And Barrack's Grip. Increased cold damage, but adds lightning damage spells and attacks, and that's good for me. 34 life is okay. And damage leached as life and energy shield is very good for me. If you're going to start the game, you want to actually... I would not recommend Mathel, although Mathel is a fucking brainiac genius at builds. But he specializes in doing builds with gems no one else does and stuff like that. For new builds and the like, for beginners, I would strongly recommend Zizaran, Zizaran. He has, before every league, he'll have anywhere from like 6 to 10 starter builds. He'll have links to videos that show you how to use Path of Building, which you'll want to use, which is an external small application that will walk you through advancement. Yeah, there are a number of people who make build guides, and Zizaran, they're all on his channel, but he brings in other creators to bring in their build guides, and they come to his because he's going to, I think, split revenue with them, or at least give them exposure to a lot more people than if they do it on their own. So, I mean, I normally get my starting builds from him. Both of the builds I've used here were from him. This one is... Oh, who? Damn it. One of the two was by Subtractum, and I can't remember who the other one was by. Yeah, Zizzarin has gotten a little more professional in about everything that he does about it, about the game. He, for instance, he's stopped doing it as much. For a while, he was running $10,000 prize money tournaments every time there was like a new league. But this needs to go here. Ooh. I'm going to throw an Orb of Alchemy on it and hope to get lucky. Essence Rush. 40% increased damage while leeching Energy Shield, but I get that from here. Against frozen enemies only. Maybe not. I have shocked enemies all the time, so I'm getting Life Leech. Spell damage leeched as Energy Shield. Ooh, spell damage leeched as Energy Shield. So that's 40% increased damage while I'm leeching and increase. That's a really good one. Plus all of these skills will have 2% increased damage and increased mana regeneration. That's a nice gem. I will use this one. Probably relatively soon. Put it in the right place. There we go. Some of the knowledge will be outdated. For instance, talking about mathilification, I love Mathil. Mathil is the streamer I watched most last year, or sorry, this year. He's probably my most watched streamer of all time. He's funny. He has a biting, sarcastic wit. He will call people out on his stream when they say or do something stupid in chat, which is nice. A lot of streamers are afraid to alienate anyone. He's not. If someone behaves like an asshole, he'll drop a hammer on them. And he builds like a dozen or 16 builds every frickin' league. And a lot of them are using a strange item or built on a skill nobody else uses. He's a fucking genius at making unworkable shit work. I would say, yeah. I would say actually between he and Ziz, as they sort of present two very different sides. Ziz is pure hardcore player, and Mathil is pure softcore. Mathil wants to play his weird build and have fun with it, and Ziz can't have fun, I think, in softcore. He just loves hardcore, and boy, does he crank out entertaining rip clips. All right, back out to the forest. Oh, wait, we didn't want the forest. We didn't actually want this. Well, we may have to do the... Yeah, okay. This map closed, so... every map in this game will re-roll and repopulate in, I think it's like 7 to 13 minutes. So I spent too much time yapping, and the old one closed. I'm going to go in here. This is a Vol side area. Vol side areas are filled with corrupted monsters and corrupted loot. But corrupted monsters and corrupted loot can give you very powerful items, but you have to be really lucky. But you can get things like, you have a much higher hit rate of getting 6 linked items, for instance. That was a pretty nice batch of drops, gotta say. The Vol side areas? Well, I mean, they show up all over the place. You know, they can show up on anywhere. Yeah, I mean, I'm just on a regular map. Yeah, I'm just in the northern forest heading out into the Temple of the Snake. Sorry, the Temple of the Spider. Oh, we have an Abyss. You said you played a lot of Abyss. It's Abyss. That may be the fastest Abyss I've ever done. Oh, nobody ignores them now. A lot of the streamers will get early 6 links out of them. They'll have a lot of weird color variations on them. Excellent. Be prepared for frustrations, confusion, a lot of it. But it is a really terrific game, regardless of its issues. And even, don't even, if you play it for a couple hours and you're not having fun, don't be afraid to come back another time and give it another try later. It took me, like I said, 4 or 5 tries before it stuck. Almost got killed by the same problem I have been reporting, where I press the button, but I don't get my Orb of Storms to show up. And I don't know what's causing it. Now, in February, we will be getting Last Epoch. And I'm very hopeful that one is as successful as it should be. It's in a really good place. It's early access right now, but it's already in good shape. So I'm very hopeful for that. I am generally pretty cynical about anything new coming out that's going to be good. But when they first went into early access, they offered Bzzzzzt a free code. We're bringing out a new ARPG. We would like you to try it and give us your feedback. And Zzz was, well, okay, well, I'm going to stream it, and I'm going to have to give you honest feedback. And their response was, oh, we hope you roast us. That was what they said. We hope you roast us. Because they wanted to get the feedback. Last Epoch? No, it's in good shape. I have no problem saying it's in good shape. It was, when I first bought it like 3 years ago, it was still pretty good. It kept my interest. And every time there's been a big patch, pretty much every time, I've gone back. And every time the improvements have been large and noteworthy. I'll play it on stream someday soon. You can judge for yourself. Well, they've got the multiplayer working. Multiplayer came out like 4 months ago, 6 months ago. It still has occasional bugs. It's not perfect. And I'm fine with the story not finishing, frankly. Most of the time, I don't get to the end of where they have the story already. I go to maps, or the equivalent of maps, when I finish out all of the necessary idle points. Well, we'll find out in February. That's when they're launching.
Goodbye.
Well, I would never encourage anyone, ever, to buy an early access game. So I won't do that. But I will say that I have been happy with my early access experience in it. There we are. Oh, okay, so you're a player of it then. Yeah, then you've played it. Huh. I haven't seen any of those. Granted, the only things I've really checked on Last Epoch, generally speaking, have been build guides. So it wouldn't surprise me to find out that I hadn't been looking in the right places. Chittering eggs. Okay, this is like maybe the 5th or 6th time I've ran into the chittering eggs here. In my very first Wildwood, I got the chittering eggs here. These hold currency. I got so much early currency out of this. There's what, 10 eggs? Wow, I'm not getting much in the way. I got way more currency than this in that first trip. But still, this is like maybe half or 2/3 of what I got in that first trip. But to walk away with all this stuff in like the mud flats was amazing. Talk about mud flats, my girl's got them. That's a movie reference. Don't get mad, it's a movie reference. Well, and a music reference. Spinal Tap, to be exact. Not my fault. I you know, don't plead ignorance. I plead the media. I'm blaming the media. It's the media's fault. Well, I would never call any. I would never easily call anything a classic, but it is a classic parody, I would say. It's a parody of rock and roll documentaries. Spinal Tap. 1,000 in yellow juice. Yeah, I will mouse over them next time. If you remind me, because I'll forget. I think one of them gives increased item quant from... another one gives item quality, I think. We are going to get an alpha here. This is Incursion. You mentioned, I think this was the last league you played. Seller. Sacrifice. Ooh, I think we may need explosives. I'm going to go bottom, left top.
Time to go.
I really like this lead, yeah. Almost got me again. That's what's going to kill me. I'm telling you right now that what eventually is going to kill me first is going to be me not getting my Orb of Storms when I need it. Alright, we got left top. And we upgraded the bottom dude. And we're through.
Good job. Good to see you survived your first incursion.
We've got the waypoint. We had another Alva over here. Hi again, Alva. I actually knew a woman named Alva.
We're 2 coins.
Breach. No, we'll go with the strong boxes. And from here,
Other ways to go. Hope you're ready for another.
I think bottom.
This is the temple.
So
that's
top
makes it last.
and left bottom.
Every new incursion. History. Hello, exile. Let's go.
All right, we've got the stone we need. I think there you have a good example of what this build is sort of built around. Blowing the living crap out of all kinds of mobs at range. Got him. They're all dayed. They're all dayed. There's more mobs left. Probably there.
Good job.
She said I did a good job, guys.
Heyohi just want.
It's an unusual name in this country. That's the only Alva I've ever met. When I was a kid, my family had a cabin in far northern California near Mount Lassen. And the people in the next cabin over, our cabin neighbors, so to speak, one of them was Alva. I do not remember Alva's last name. I feel shame. I'm over it. Well, some people look at naming a child as an opportunity to scar them for life. Ooh, best sci-fi TV series ever? I would have. I'm going to go a slightly broad definition of sci-fi. I'm going to go with The Prisoner. But Star Trek the original series would also be a close second. Best is tough. Most influential, certainly. B5, I'm going to say okay. The 4th season of Babylon 5 was an absolute fucking masterpiece.
Ah, there you are. Ready to revisit the past?
Top
The more you kill, the more you change my mind.
and
The closer we get
top.
to finding the temple in the present day. Time to go.
Oh, 2 stones. All right. That's even better. All right. We want to get that one. And this one, I think. Now, B5 is something of a lost classic. Most people have no idea what they missed by not having seen it.
Good job.
Mr. Garibaldi.
The architect of iron has
Oh, yeah. Well, some of the effects were bad, but they were, a lot of their effects were created on a PC, so I can't remember the name of the software they were running. Video Toaster, I think. I remember I read once an interview with Peter Jurassic, the guy who played Londo Mollari, and he talked about how the actor who, to my mind, the show is really about Londo and Jakar. And he talked about Peter Jurassic, the guy who played Jakar, would really, really spend a lot of time and effort getting into character. Whereas he had the easy method. All he had to do to get into character was say, Mr. Garibaldi. And that was it. Yeah, I feel that Londo and Jakar was the heart of the series. Basically, the show was really about them. And I missed the entry I needed to the map of the temple. Probably over there. Yeah, probably over there. I've cleared this map out. Should be down. There it is. Yep. Kishara's lockbox. Kishara's star. Laval City. I'm going to go back to town, refill my cup, and take just a moment to empty something else. Did I crash again? I crashed again. PoE. I was going to say PoE never changed, but yeah, actually they could change that. Did you say crash? Did you say it again? Eldest daughter soon old enough to watch that series, and then she'll finally understand why we named her sister. Woohoo! If you named Sister Jakar, we need to talk. Obviously, you should have named her Londo. I come back and I've crashed out. You guys. I'm disappointed. 18% increased evasion, 10% increased maximum life, 10% to suppress spell damage while on full life. Delenn. Mira Furlan, if memory serves. I'm guessing Delenn. Well, Mira's a nice name, so yeah, I can't see that being an issue. If you named her Furlan, that's a little weird, gotta say.
Hello.
I actually have nothing to
Keep
sell.
your life to your own.
They got really lucky with the casting for a lot of the main characters in that. Oh, another passive one. Oh, touch me. Not you. Let's see. Okay, we got that done. We're that way. We've got that. Yep, we got that. We've got that. Next, we're supposed to go that way for increased effect of non-curse auras. Has that got additional reservation? Yeah, but not much. Do I want to start trying to grab? Yeah, I do. I want to grab. I'm going for it. We're going to open up a large gem slot. No, wait, didn't I? I came here by portal, didn't I? Did the portal close on me? Don't tell me. No. No. No, it did, didn't it? It closed on me. Why? Why have you done this to me? Oh, wait, no. We just got to the causeway. We should be okay. Yeah, we should be okay. I mean, I'm going to have to hoof it a ways. But it did close on me. The portal closed on me. I didn't think I was away long enough for the portal to have closed on me. GGG, I would like a recount, please. Thank you. Yeah, well, I mean, that's one of the things, one of the advantages to the new system for maps is you can choose the various league mechanics that you want to emphasize. Oh, we finished them. We took care of the 3 here. They're gone now. But I know for a lot of players at the end game, the really good players... Oh, pfft, don't sweat it. They will run the same maps over and over, but not just run the maps. They'll enter the map and they'll look over here for a piece of text telling them something about what mechanics, league mechanics, are in the map, and they're looking for something specific, and if it's not there, they'll just load into a fresh map of the same map. Farming for the same thing over and over and over again, and mostly it's Jun. I don't know if you did that league, the Betrayal League. That was the one where you get all of the Jun missions give you bench crafts. Refilling the unpotted. Oh, yeah. Well, you know, plants. You're a druid. It's fine. I liked it, but I didn't. I never have bothered to learn how to optimize my syndicate layout. I'm over 400 now. I need 98 more. Unnamed. Oh, these guys are bad. Bad men. Bad men. Are bad men dead? Some bad men are dead. Are all the bad men dead? Not yet. None of these bad men were the kind of bad men I'm looking for. None of these are nameless. Oh, this. I got a bad feeling about this. Oh, that's... Oh! How did I not freaking die? Did you see how low my health got? Holy crap. I stepped into a really big, slow-moving object. Bestiary was okay once they fixed the issues that they had initially with the nets. But I could certainly understand someone not liking it. But basically it seems now like every league in the first like 2 or 3 days is going to require a couple of significant balance changes. This one had it on day 1. I mean, like as I said at the time, while I was dying repeatedly on day 1, League mechanic kills me most of the time. And most of the time, when I'm on my second character or later, and I've learned the League mechanic, and it's been balanced, and I've got a little bit of gear, not anything broken, I'm disappointed if I don't finish off Act 10 Kitava deathless. I haven't died yet on this. I've come close. Most of my near brushes with death here have been because my Orb of Storms isn't firing when I press W sometimes. And I don't know what the deal is. It may be an animation canceling issue. So I think it might be animation canceling, which would be a weird one, but okay. Might be in here. Did I get lucky? I almost never find what I'm looking for, the path into the temple itself, in my first N many tries. I always seem to miss anything close to the optimal path, and I think I have again. It's confusing layout this time, though. I am indeed confused. I must have missed the right answer. But hey, I'm getting to murder a whole bunch of things. And isn't that why we're here? Pardon me. I know that, or at least I believe that there's only like a half a dozen different layouts for this map. And the pros know them so they can tell which one they are and they can find the optimal path really quick. I am no pro. I know that'll come as a surprise to you, given the obvious slick professional nature in which I stream. I wanted to get all of them because they made me angry. Those little Vol jerks are really annoying. I'm kind of confused as to how I could have gone through this much of the map and not actually found what I'm looking for. It simply doesn't seem likely to me. And yet here we are. I think this is unlikely, but it's a short trip to find out if it's there or not. Yeah. Can I trade it in for something useful? That's actually the problem with a great many of my talents. I would like to trade them in for something useful. You know, other people, they get to be natural musicians or mathematical prodigies. My special ability, memorizing useless trivia. I mean, once upon a time, useless trivia was a little bit of a skill, you know? You could at least go to a bar and win a trivia contest. Now, they don't have those anymore because everyone's got phones. Where the hell is the goddamn waypoint? Finally. Holy crap. This is the worst I have ever done on this map. The longest time it took me to find the waypoint. I've never seen this layout before.
Fireflies, so bright and juicy with flame. Now for the right. I warn you.
Yeah, Yena, shut up. Turn into a firefox. Not a browser, but actually a fox on fire. And burn your way in. Great. Let me go back to town, sell my stuff. And then we'll head in and we need to kill a spider god. A little. I like Aramir's description of Silk going in to make marriage with her. Yeah, he's going to make marriage with the spider goddess. All of those killings of things. And not even any good loot. I have a sad. Oh yeah, well, Facebook has been a pox upon humanity. I may have mentioned this before. I know I've mentioned it before on stream. Many years ago, I was working at a company, and first of all, side story. I'm working, and apparently at one of the executive meetings, right about this time is when URLs started showing up on TV commercials. And my response was the web is going to be huge. One of the VPs comes into the executive meeting and says, so this internet thing, I think we need to be involved. And there's this long pregnant silence, and the VP of engineering goes, That's kind of what our entire business is predicated on. Don't always assume your VPs know what the fuck is going on. So anyway, my prediction was, first, the internet is going to be incredibly huge and popular now that it's being exposed to the masses. They're going to understand the power, the latent power waiting there. And what it's going to do is it is going to democratize knowledge and information. I got the first part completely wrong. Right. The second part completely wrong. Instead of democratizing knowledge and information, it has weaponized ignorance and stupidity. I was half right. The good half, not so much. All right, we're at 402. We've got more blue down here. We want to follow the blue, as that seems to be the color that leads to... Oh, that's a big wall. Whoa! That's the Black Morrigan. I don't know what he is, except if he's got a special name, he's probably big and bad, and I don't want to mess with him. I don't want to mess around with him. I want to kill him as quickly as possible. There was a... Wow. Okay, I don't know what that is. It seems like there ought to be something in there. I guess that was him. I guess the Black Morrigan was in there. We're up to 408. Yeah. It's idiocracy. It really is. It's sort of the way I feel about Reddit. I think I mentioned it to you before. Is that Reddit, when it is good, it is so good. It is stunningly, startlingly good. And when it's bad, oh my God. It makes you actively stupid. For the good stuff in particular, I will pick the Ask Historians subreddit, where if you give a non-topical answer or don't cite your sources, they drop a hammer on you. It's glorious. Yes, my odds. The odds are I would agree with you, but there's no reason to get it started. It's too easy for everyone, including me, to just go non-linear. Stilling orb. Stop spitting things at me. Did your mom not tell you that's rude? God. They're just so gross. But I certainly understand the urge to speak upon those things. Because rational people want to believe that you can rational the non-rational or irrational into rational. Sadly, that doesn't work. Instilling Orb adds an enchantment to a flask that will cause it to be used when a certain conditions are met. So there can be things like you can add to your flask, say, like this one, which removes corrupted blood and bleeding. It'll automatically go off if you have corrupted blood or bleeding. That's pretty good. You can put it on a healing one. Take damage, boom, it goes off automatically. The utility ones will go off every time it runs out or every time you take damage. There are a number of different conditions that will apply to basically automatically casting your well, what they wanted to remove is they wanted to remove the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pianoing of flasks. And I think that's a pretty good way of doing it. Speaking of flasks, I don't know if I have a silver flask stored away. Mind you, right in the middle of that, I did a piano, so I obviously have not instilled my flasks. I have found myself, while trying to fall asleep at night, my fingers will be hitting rotations for the games I have been playing, regardless of game. And frankly, it's quite likely that I do better rotations in that state than when I'm awake. Six socket. Yeah, I don't really do the press 1 to speed up from this game, but whatever game I've been playing, I do the rotations. Let's go down the stairs deeper into the temple. The Temple of Decay. Oh, thumb buttons, or do you have right side of the mouse buttons? Yeah. Sadly, my fingers are really short. I have an MMO mouse, but I really only use one of the buttons for my push to talk, for Discord and the like. Because I have such short fingers. You've probably heard me bemoan my short fingers before. But look at those! Those are sausages! Those aren't fingers! Okay, how come... Oh, that's 3. Okay, that's the difference. The filter picked 1 has a black background. 3 has the lighter background. That makes sense. Sure. Pick that up. We've got an expedition. Monsters are immune to chaos damage. That will be a fine one to start because I don't care. We will not want to do the monsters are immune to lightning damage one because that's pretty much what I do. So you won't get used. There was a time I was trying to learn to play keyboards. I have a full-size keyboard over here. I had a Mac program for learning to use keyboards. I could play, I was going well, and then I got to chording. And literally, my fingers are not long enough to chord a number of the different chords required to play keyboard. And that was the end of my keyboards. My fingers are too goddamn short. Hi, Danig. Okay, we don't want the lightning. So if we start over here with the chaos and then go away from the lightning, because it would be bad. Ooh, we're getting a lot of chests. This last one's going to be fugly, but that's fine. I'm an adult. I can handle it. I said that, and now... Is that it? You got everybody? Everybody taken care of, Danig? Everyone? Oop, grab the convening wand. That's a chrome. And that's all of it. Well, yes, let's go down to the Temple of Decay, level 3. Well, anything that you're trying to kill is probably not immune to TNT. You just say, I'm doing it, but I keep waiting for the undead to rise. And they haven't yet. But I'm going to keep throwing it until they do. Where was I? Where was I? Oh, yep. We need one more point, and you can see where the large gem will go to. We do not appear to have blue juice available. We've got some yellow juice. And some purple juice. Purple juice. Oh, that sounded big. Yeah, a wildwood abomination. He's big. What was that? I got him and he drops a charm. Nice. Not that I need that. I have so much charm on my own. Hello? Is this thing on? We're up to 422 out of 500. I tell you, my first character, I don't remember the exact quest he had. Something along these lines. Got it done way faster than this. Something's not right here. One of them was summoning exploding frogs again. What is with the frogs, man? Boylan's Cola within purchase distance. Not that I'm aware of. I do not recognize that name. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I know you said you've drunk a fair number of obscure and strange concoctions in your time. Well, cane sugar is kind of a small market delight, as people who want the cane sugar will go out of their way to track it down. Now, I can certainly remember the original Coke. I'm not sure I can taste the difference anymore, though. Although I do have to say that, for instance, Coke Zero tastes a hell of a lot more like real Coke, quote unquote, than Diet Coke ever did. New York region. Well, I'm a Californian. I cannot conceivably acknowledge that there are any advantages to living in the New York area. It's just not allowed by our state constitution. I'm sure you understand. That was dicey. Gotta say, this build definitely murders. Hey, I've got an idea, guys. Let's go down deeper into the Temple of Decay. Evidently, the newer stuff like Coke Zero, they use blend. They blend the artificial sweetener, so it's a lot harder to pick up the artificiality. And the only reason Diet Coke still exists is because there are people who prefer it to regular Coke. The taste. But then I'm old enough to remember New Coke. Which was basically meant to be a Pepsi clone. Meant to be sweeter, like Pepsi. Was the objective. Because they were losing market share to Pepsi at the time. I was always a Coke guy, not a Pepsi guy. I found Pepsi to be too sweet, actually. So I can't say I specifically remember the flavor of New Coke, but I didn't like it because it tasted more like Pepsi. By the way, we've gone even deeper into the Temple of Decay. What could possibly go wrong? Alright, I think it's time we found ourselves a wee little Aracali the Spider Goddess. Oh, well, Nestle is beyond the pale. Coke, I think, is more along the line of your average American capitalist nightmare. Whereas Nestle is something special in the world of capitalist nightmares. And we got Aracali. We two-popped him. No, I can completely understand. That's exactly the correct response if there's a company whose business practices you do not like. Do not give them your money. That's about the only power realistically we've got. I continue to play this game as an example. It says entering the Sarn Ramparts. I think I may have crashed again. There we go. I play this game. I don't give them my money anymore. I do not like Tencent. There are a number of things about Tencent I do not like, so I do not give them my money any longer.
Greetings.
Well, I certainly am not a fan of NCSoft. Life, mana, and 1 weak ass resist. It's not terrible. I'll hold on to it. Hold on to that. Nope. Duresso's Passion. Ew. I really don't want to know about Duresso's Passion. I know enough about Duresso's Passion already that I don't need to know more. Life, headline resist, but nothing else really there. Ah, well, yeah. You should never have to, apologize, let's say, for not wanting to play a game. Games give us plenty of reasons not to want to play. Minions have a chance to gain Unholy Might. Consecrated Ground when you hit a rare or unique. Set that aside. That gets put away. Correct? Yeah. Vol Blade Flurry, Vol Summon Skeletons, and Vol Reap. Vol Reap. Huh. Yeah. No. Yep. There we go. That. And that. And I think we already have a Duresso's Passion. We do. That'll go to the guild stash. Oh, it's still a solid skill to give unto your minions. For sure. My cup runneth under. I can't have that. Once again, I have returned to you. You poor unfortunates. Oh, I didn't put something away. Go in there. Just a quick check. That one has full affixes. It does. Full affixes. Those gloves, I have got to have something better than those for those gloves. Okay, fire. Any splash of fire will be enough. I have got to have better gloves than those. Well, none of those gloves have fire. No gloves with fire. No gloves with fire. Gloves with fire. And life. Needs different sockets, but we can work with that. We will just really quickly, we've got plenty of armor scraps. Raise it up to 20%. 4 sockets. 4 linked. I need 3 blue and a green. 3 blue and a green. Just that easy, just that quick. We'll gain 30 base life, we'll gain armor, we'll gain energy shield, we'll gain rarity, regenerate, all kinds of good things. That's just a complete upgrade. Just that simple. Up to 2,630 life and 857 shield. Let's see. Use an active skill to give them to... Oh, to give them the Holy Might? Yeah, I can't remember off the top of my head. I do want to check something really quick. Because I'm still running 4 links here. Despite the fact that I am level 64. Oh, I don't count. I'm going to really quickly swap over to my other character. Are they angry spirits? Ideally, for my build here, I need 4 blue, a green, and a red. And this is my 6th link. It took me 3 fusings. 3 to get a 6th link. The 2 times in my life I have gotten a 6th link by rolling, it took 3. Level 60. Well, I think it's time we put this here in a place of importance. And we swap back to the other character. Most of the time, I just aim for a 5 link. Now keep in mind how many times I have played and how many fusings I have thrown in. I think it's 1 in 1,300 from the people who've run the numbers to 6 link a 6-socketed item. Double check. That was 1 red and 1 green, I believe. 1 red and 1 green. I've never had the luck or the materials. I always aim for a 5 link. I have traded only once. I don't play the solo self-found league, but I play solo self-found. I have only done a trade once. I sold an item for 11 exalts. I rubbed my hand and said, oh boy, what am I going to spend all my exalts on? And then I never spent them on anything. I am not a smart man. So this has lightning resist, so I may lose lightning resist. So I'm going to lose lightning resists. I have enough lightning resists, I think, that's 29%, that I can lose the 21%. This has got more life. It's got armor and energy shield. I'll lose a little energy shield, so overall it's going to be a slight loss of effective life, but the 6 sockets will be delicious. So I'm always doing trade league, but functionally, I'm always solo self-found. I've never traded to use anything. I've only traded away one time. So, I'm not sure of my odds here to get 1 green, 1 red, and 4 blue. So I'm going to poke at it a little bit, and then I may use the crafting bench and see if it's more efficient to do that. So we're looking for 1 green, 1 red, and 4 blue. 1 green, 2 red, and 4 blue. That's just turned around. That's 1 green, 1 blue, and 4 red. That's the one I want. Magic. We make magic here. So, the end game values we want in that are lightning conduit, lightning pen, lightning conduit, lightning pen, LE focus, hypothermia, cruelty, and added lightning. I think I've got an added lightning in here somewhere. I do. Have it my wave of conviction. The other two, I don't think I have been skilling up. Hypothermia and cruelty. Hypothermia is green. Cruelty is red. And it helps if you spell it correctly. This should increase my damage by stupid amounts. Actually, I may be able to figure it out. Let's see. We go back to lightning conduit and lightning pin. What else did we have in there? LE focus. So, almost 20,000. 19,500 is the listed DPS number. Cruelty is supports any skill that hits enemies. Minions can't gain it. Supported skills deal 15% more damage with hits. It has a base duration of 4 seconds. Hits from supported skills grant cruelty. So, we're currently at 19.5. $23,300. And the red and green support gems are level 1. Give me just a moment here. I feel a need to giggle girlishly. There you go. It'll feel a little worse. But the sheer amount of damage means I won't need to be casting it so many times. Well, I mean, I've added cast speed in the tree already for a while now. So everything's going to feel slower a little bit, but it's going to hit harder. Well, I get the feeling we're going to be pretty yellow juiced here. We're already at 1,000 yellow juice. Nom nom nom, yellow juice. Nom 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 nom. 1,500 yellow juice. Oh, okay. You asked about the juices. Haha, I remembered. So the purple juice is monsters get damage reduction, additional projectiles, and more area of effect, more item rarity. The yellow get damage reduction. They all get damage reduction. The yellow get increased speed and have more item quantity. The blue have damage reduction, more critical strike chance, and critical strike multiplier, and a chance to drop additional currency items. I will allow that. I don't think you get better drops in SSF. Not that I'm aware of. But certainly the cast feed will feel a little worse. It didn't like the word junkie, I believe. Well, it depends. You can have critical hit mitigation, in which case you're not as afraid of critical hits, but you're right, it is more likely to outright kill you. Yeah. Crit chance and crit multi together. Yeah, that's not great. That is a formula for a quick and uncivil death. But on day one, what I was finding, the ones that were killing me were the yellows. I'm up to 438 of 500 that I need. What do we get? We probably want all of these. I'm not sure if you're familiar with... you should be. The ones with an unchangeable affix. I can't remember the name. Fractured affixes. Honey, I'm home. Oh, we've got beasts. We have beast sign. Goddamn prox bubbles. Screw off with prox bubbles. Nobody likes you. Prox bubbles, just go away. We all hate you. Basically, it has one affix on it that can never be changed by any method. And so, for instance, if you get one really good affix, it allows you to craft on it without having to worry about losing that one affix. So I actually have a relatively low item. I don't remember which affix it has. That is probably worth a good amount if I wanted to, you know, sell it and use the money to buy something nifty. Simply because even though it's relatively low level, it managed to get a good affix. People could craft on the sucker forever and not have to worry about losing that affix. Holy, this guy's got... Yeah, this guy's jossed up. Oh, he's got one of the Arch Nemesis mods, too. Haha. Eat it. Punk. Pardon my language. He didn't last long. Oh, red beast. Now things get interesting. Is he juiced? He's not juiced, but he has two Arch Nemesis affixes. And he wants to play in the corner. Aha! Oh, dear me. He dropped a whole bunch. So I'm going to have to make a trip back to town, because these are worth checking. These can be worth bank, even on a not great affix. How the hell did we end up with so many freaking quivers and bows? We'll talk to Sin. Hi, Sin. How you doing?
Many an artist of farewell.
That would just make life complicated. Hello.
I know I've already got that unique ring. I recognize it, even though I don't know the name of it. Alright, so this one has 20% to fire resist, and there's nothing you can do to remove that affix. So you can re-roll and craft on it, and so on. If it was higher, I might hold on to it. 34 to intelligence. Yawn. 42 to 75 fire. That's a tier 5. You know, if it's like a tier 2, maybe. 28 to int. 22 to strength. Now we've got a bunch of other stuff we're going to... And this one, I've already got a soulbound, I think. I do. Goes in there. We head back to the Sarn Ramparts. Bows are in a pretty good place right now, actually. Ooh, it's a thicket bow, too. I didn't recognize that at first. What I'll do here is I'll just check them all, and I'll dump them on the ground if they're not useful. 24% critical strike chance. Tier 4. That's pretty meh. It's on a thicket bow, though. I'll keep that one. 13 to 26 cold. No. 6% cold. 6% cold resistance. Nice life. And no. 16% increased projectile speed. That's tier 5. No. 9% critical strike multiplier with bows. That's tier 6. No. But those are great bases to craft off of. Because if you've got one really, really good affix that you can never get rid of, it's awesome. Now, it became a joke for years that this is a bow league. And I wouldn't say this is a bow league, but there are a lot of strong bow builds right now. I'm still, what, level 61 or 62? 64? Wow, okay. So, yeah, the item levels are pretty low. You can occasionally get lucky and get really, really good tiers on stuff. The best item I ever crafted, purely by luck, was in a couple leagues before things started getting broken. And I was rolling a cheesy item. I was probably in my 60s, maybe my 70s. And was rolling up a two-handed axe off a non-optimal base. And I hit tier 1 flat damage and tier 1 attack speed by alting. I regaled on a tier 3 cold and then used bench-crafted the highest tier of damage percentage. And I had, I think, a 600 DPS axe. And it was basically, I got lucky. I rolled a double tier 1, the best 2 possible tiers, which is probably something like a 1 in 8 or 10,000 shot. All right, something's making noise here like it's... Hey, we've got another quest for heist. And you've got to do them because there's nothing you can do to get them out of your inventory. They stay in your inventory until you use them. So either you don't pick them up or you pick them up and use them immediately. Yeah, I had a blast with that axe. I don't remember for sure. That may have been the build that I took up to level 94. 93 or 94 is the highest I've ever got. Ziggy's been playing. I don't know if you've checked in on Ziggy. Ziggy has a child now. They grow up so fast. Our streamers, you know.
Watch yourself.
Stay out of the shadow.
Good to see you and go with courage.
Come over here.
That one can sell. Yeah, he's one of the good guys as far as streamers go. Ziggy's a good guy. Yeah, he did a lot of the backpack battling stuff not too long ago. Oh, I'd forgotten. I put this one aside because it has +2 to level of socketed chaos gems. I don't know what I could do with that. It's a freaking dagger. But you should be able to do something with that. Back to the hideout, and we'll head back. To the Rogue Harbor. Well, that's similar. There is one of my most watched streamers is Sophie Line, and she used to do World of Tanks. And I started watching her well after I stopped watching World of Tanks. I have 3 World of Tanks streamers I watch anywhere from frequently to occasionally. And I haven't played World of Tanks in probably 5 or 6 years.
Angelina.
They're just entertaining.
Back to it.
That's the key. You gotta be entertaining. Sophie Line, Circumflexes, and actually there's a 4th I watch occasionally. There's Skill for LTU and Des Games. Oh, because I happened to be playing. Yeah, when I was playing GD. Well, I'm glad you've hung around. I really appreciate it. Make no mistake. Prepare heist. We've got Isla. We're going in. Well, that's one of the advantages that I have seen from playing games is if I hop around in games, if I'm playing a game I haven't played before, it's not unusual for me to get, 1 or 2 additional follows over the course of the few days. And then my assumption is a couple of them tend to stay around. There are sort of 2 ways to build an audience. One is to play all the games, and one is to play one game. And I'm somewhere in between. I'm an influencer. Did you guys, everyone read what Tetrodotoxin said? I'm an influencer. Don't worry, I can give you my autograph for a reasonable price. No, I do this to have fun. Anything above that is great, but I do this because it's fun for me. Thank you, Nod Knox. Let's see, we've got... I can't make that icon out to see what that is. I think it's an armor piece. And that is like an enchanted item? I thought they yoinked those. This is a big layout, so my odds of success are smaller. We want to kill these people so that they won't be here when we come back through. Sorry, guys. We're coming back out this way. Yeah, EQ's still around. EQ 2. EverQuest just had like their 20th expansion, and EQ2 is in like 15 or 16 or something. They both just had expansions. I do video series, stream series that I call my free to playthroughs, where I play a game I have played a bunch. And I see what the free-to-playthrough is like. A free-to-play game is like, having, put money into the game in the past. And I think that was a Tetrodotoxin. Was I doing a a free-to-play through on EQ2,
No partisanship.
or I just was playing it either because they were on a new time lock expansion, or just because I felt like it.
No further.
And for the record, I freaking love alternate rule set servers. I wish more games would do them. So, WoW is doing one now with their Thing of Discovery, Season of Discovery. That's basically an alternate rule set server. EverQuest does them. Lotro has them. I think it's a great mechanic. I would love to see more games do them. Do these special event alternate rule sets. I think it's a great way to, bring interest back, bring players back into the game. All right, so we have got... Okay, I kind of killed everyone. Sorry, guys. Didn't want to do it. Had to do it. Quit your complaining. I took care of everybody. Jeez, she's such a whiner. None of those look good. Maybe that one. I don't know. We'll see. Watch your roommate to do to stay with play. EQ on launch. EQ on launch day. Well, Lord knows I've done my time in FPSs, so I'm not going to tut or waggle a finger. But here's a test. I played the original Wolfenstein. Wasn't a first-person shooter. Castle Wolfenstein on the Apple II Plus. It had voice digitization. Might have been the first commercial game to have voice digitization on it. The guards would call you a Schweinhund.
Time to take it apart.
You know what that is through videos. Well, yeah, there would be no reason you would know what it was any other method.
Stop there.
This is going to be a bitch of a map to get out of. I'm going out on a limb and saying, yeah, this one's not going to be fun to get out of. Down here, I think? Yeah.
I command you to stop.
I command you to stop. How'd that work out for you, dude? Don't command the magical badass to do anything. Suggest next time. What was the first 3D open world game with vehicles and all that jazz? I'm not sure. A lot of games were doing a lot of weird ass shit before anyone knew about it.
Good at all. Traps at the outside.
Hunter for the Amiga. Well, I had an Amiga, but I don't remember Hunter. I had an Amiga. I had a Jaguar. I had a Neo Geo. It's sitting in a bag over here on the floor. Okay, I played that as a child. It's not something you want to tell the old guy. It makes him want to cry. I had an Amiga 520, I think. Well, those are bad. Yes, yes, I know. And I can assure you they're a very odd 20 indeed. My brain is telling me 520. It was a single unit. It had a keyboard built in. That's what my brain is telling me. I don't trust my brain anymore, for good reason. If I could play games on it, I bought one.
This clock is on the verge of chiming.
And that's not much of an exaggeration if I bought a Neo Geo. Oh, great. We gotta wait while she opens this up. This is gonna get ugly. Getting out of here is gonna be bad. I don't want to predict I'm gonna die, but I could die here. There's gonna be a lot of mobs on the way out. And you can only sort of dodge through and so many of them. So I'm going to be a little preoccupied here for a couple as I attempt to earnestly not die. That was close. That's a level. Those mobs that do that, they get possessed by evil death juice, they can just screw off entirely. Not too bad, actually, on the exit. I take it back. That wasn't awful. Phew. Yeah. I actually, I think I mentioned this earlier. A couple days ago, I was working a contract job for Killer Networks at the time. And the guy in charge had been, I don't remember the company name. He had been in charge of the company that produced, I think was it Aliens or Aliens versus Predator for the Jaguar. And because I had one, I brought it into work and gave it to him. And he just sat there and went, "Oh my God, no one has one of these. Thank you so much." And he like immediately turns it up and puts it in a prominent place on his shelf with like his awards and stuff that he's got. So I have no idea how much a AVP for the Jaguar would sell for, but he was stoked to get one, that was for sure. I had, what was it? Oh, TurboGrafx 16 as well. I had a couple of Lynxes from the Atari. They were the Atari handheld devices, about yay big. If it played games and it was a computer, I probably had one. Except Nintendo. I only got the one Nintendo thing. I was just never a Nintendo kind of guy. I understand. Right. Yeah, well, back here I am getting into... before most of the people who are going to tune into this ever were born. Sega had a little handheld too, and that one wasn't bad. The Sonic on that was pretty good. I have a point. Where are we? We're over here. We can now drop the large jewel in, and I will do that in just a sec. The games weren't bad. The Sega games were better, but they were a generation later. Sell. So. I already have one of those? I guess I already have one of those. Well, now I can dual wield Ornament of the Easts. So, earlier I mentioned these gems. I will now socket this gem, and you can see how they work. I have now opened the large jewel socket. You socket it, and boom. It is an extension. It has 2 additional sockets, mediums. There are large, medium, and small gems. A regular gem can be socketed into any of them, but these will hold mediums. The special new notable is here to get to, and the rest of these all have 2% spell damage, 2% damage, 10% spell damage, and 4% increased mana regeneration on each of them. And that's how the large, medium, and small jewel sockets work. They're basically extensions onto the regular Spectre. It is actually a nifty mechanic. Drove the C64 into Amiga and PC in '94. Yep, my first purchase was 79 or 80 for an Apple II Plus. Beyond that, I don't remember. Let's see, 87. I got my first Macintosh. Later in '87, I got my second Macintosh. The second one was really, really cheap. Really, really cheap. There's a reason the second one was really, really cheap. Here's the name tag for my job. Yeah. So my second Macintosh was really, really cheap. Can recommend, if you want a cheap computer, go work for the company that makes them. Yeah. 87 to 94. I need to do 2 things. I need to refill my cup and empty something else. I'll be right back. once again, like it or not, I'm back. Tandy, is that a UK one? No, Tandy was Radio Shack. So it would have been the TRS-80 in this country, most likely. My assumption is the same as the TRS-80, which was extremely popular, and as an Apple owner, we made fun of them. They sold a lot of them, though. All right, we are in the Sarn encampment. Well, I mean, in the early days of the computers, it was still tribalism, and so I was an Apple II Plus guy. And so, of course, we viciously mocked anyone who had a Radio Shack computer, as you would expect. We are at 438 out of 500. Oh, we have every kind of tribalism we can come up with. That's too many people standing in one place. I'm not comfortable with that. Die, please. Thank you. I just had to hit him hard enough, that's all. Well, the problem is that not everyone realizes that I'm right. See, if everyone would just understand that simple fact, a whole lot of the tribalism would go away. But, you know, the people just don't understand the truth that I bring to them. Ooh, an annulment orb. Very nice. I really think they should make regals and annuls much, much, much more common, as those are the keys to sort of low-end crafting in the game. And as someone who plays a lot of low-end characters, I would like to... Ooh. Click to be temporarily endowed with a dark gift. These can be really good. The first one I got was like plus 200 or 300% XP. There was another one that I think turned everything I did into a crit. %200% item rarity and quantity. Holy shit. Give me mobs. Give me mobs. Lots of mobs. Need to kill mobs. No dead mobs. We know quality and quantity. Come on. Mobs or get me the hell out of here. One of the two. All right. Or both, preferably. All right, out. The toxic conduits. We got to kill everything. All the things must die. And drop fat loot for me. Preferably. Soon. Sooner. Now. Now. They must all drop fat loot now. We're getting some very serious loot. On the other hand, the negative part about this map is that all the humanoid mobs, when they die, leave a boatload of chaos on the floor, which does damage. I'm not a fan of damage. But 200% quant, that's 2 6 sockets. quant and quality at the same time is good stuff. So the objective here is to go fast. Yep, dead end. Alright, way out. The buff will persist. Into Doedri Cesspool, and isn't that a lovely name? Yes, I immediately receive Scrolls of Wisdom. Now, on this level, those mobs no longer drop degen pools behind them. So, I don't have to make sure I get out of the way. Oh, we've got incursions, but right now I'm a little busier. We've got... It wore off. I thought it persisted across zones. Well, that's disappointing. It doesn't persist across zones. Now I'm depressed. I need a drink. Oh, how convenient. Hi, Alva.
There you are. Ready to read
It's the Hall of Locks. Contains strong boxes. Oh, well, let's go up to tier 3 strong boxes, because why the hell not?
so we get to finding the temple in the
So top and top.
Have a look away. Let's
That's just my mnemonic for keeping a track of where I want to go in the map. You'll note how quickly those mobs mostly just freaking evaporated, and there went the boss, too. Yeah, this is going to be murderous in maps. This build is just annihilating stuff in heavy density batches of mobs, gotta say. Well, we want to make sure we get top, so we're not going to screw around. We're going to get that first, and then we'll kill the rest of the mobs, if we can. Well, I suggest you get another drink then, if you like. I'm very egalitarian that way. I suggest everyone get a drink.
Good job, Exile.
I can't suggest everyone get an alcoholic drink because they're not good for you. But I'll suggest everyone... I mean, after all, this is Twitch, where we constantly tell people to hydrate. So, hydrate. I mean, there's ice in my beverage, and ice is just another form of water, so I'm hydrating, right? Sort of. As Obi-Wan would say, in one way of thinking. All right, Alva. Hi, Alva. How you doing? What's up next? Hops. Well, we know what we need here. Jewelry. We don't want Tempest, so we want top and left top. Top will change this to jewelry instead of halls, and left top will open up the connection to the apex. So top and left top.
It's time.
All right, we got top taken care of. We now need to get a key. Keystone, whatever the hell. There it is, Stone of Passage. That's what we need. And that's the apex of Atzoatl opened up, which is the sort of the big goodie package at the end of the road for this particular league mechanic. We missed something somewhere. There are a couple left. That may be it. Nope, we missed. Ah, a couple of them survived. It's not my fault, man. It's not my fault. Hi, Alva. So we now have a path from where we come in all the way to the top, the apex. And that's what you want to do. Meanwhile, we've got 7 more incursions, which will allow us to tune these rooms when we eventually travel to where the temple is currently located. It's sort of a time travel gig. And if you've got incursion on your map, there'll always be three alvas waiting for you. Here's the third one. Hatchery increases monster damage, increases the life of the Omnitect. That's the last thing you fight in the monsters. Architect of the Swarm or Architect of Industry increases monster damage, monster minion packs. You guys mind? I'm talking to Alva here. Item yield. Okay, we'll go bottom and anything. We'll link up. We've got a stone of passage. Oh, we don't want to go to the apex. We already got the apex opened up. Anything else will work. Alright, you, stop throwing things at me. I need to kill lots of other people. We got a second stone of passage. Open up the cloister. I think we cleared the map. Hi, Alva. The entire map is now linked up. We'll be able to hit every room we want to hit. Nice. Nice. And here we've gotten to the core of Doedri's cesspool. Lovely name, isn't it? And don't worry, the final resident is every bit as lovely. It's Doedri. This skin that you can see there, but she used to be really, really, really fat and lost a lot of weight, and that's not gross at all, is it? And I say that as a guy who's lost a lot of weight. It's gross. Hi, Sin. Go to the sewer outlet, head back to town. Sell some stuffs. Boy, I tell you, the load-in times in towns have gotten really bad. A lot of people asking and talking about it. All of the over-the-top microtransactions. The even more over-the-top microtransactions. What did I just do? We don't want the socketed ring. Fire and cold. Cold and lightning? Let's go cold and lightning.
Tell me something. Good luck to you.
These owl eyes, I've been keeping. There is nothing else.
Trocadero? That's breakfast, followed by a small treat inspired by alcohol. Well, it does provide some inspiration, doesn't it?
You've helped.
Danish treat called a punch pokai. Have not heard of that. My brother actually lived in Copenhagen for a couple of months. He brought back a taste for Aalborg Aquavit, and I quite like it as well. Nope. Nope. A punch Pokai? Alright, well. If you insist. Interesting. That's a complete whiff. That doesn't show up at all. Punch Pokal. How about Pokal? There we go. Punch Pokal. Oh, Tom's Punch Pokal trophy. 70 pieces, 1.75 kilograms. 3.85 pounds. Looks like about $75 to get them here. Okay, I have a problem with this. The store that is showing these, the name is Made in Scandinavian. No. Made Scandinavian or Made in Scandinavia, not Made in Scandinavian, because that sounds like it was produced inside of one of the people of Scandinavia. A round dark chocolate filled with Iraq punch cream. Well, it's almost 4 pounds, so, 1.75 kilograms is not a small amount of candy for $75. It's not a large amount, but it's not small amount. For dessert this evening, I had a See's candy chocolate. Pardon me. Batavia Iraq is often clear in color, but has a flavor profile similar to dark rum, with a distinctive funk or hogo imparted to it from fermented red rice. Ceylon Iraq is more refined and subtle spirit. One second. That's not what I want. That's almost what I want. I'm not looking for that. Dag nabbit. Give me a second here. There we go. That ought to be it. That'll be it. That's not what I wanted. How am I not able to get that right freaking image? There we go. I had one of those, the one on the far right, this evening as my dessert. That is a See's candy lollipop. And when I was a kid, they were a regular component, a predictable component in my Christmas stockings. They are still delicious, and they're 90 calories each, so they make a great dessert for somebody who's watching the proverbial calories. And they're so good.
Watch yourself.
And I have no idea how much they would be delivered to Europe. My best guess would be expensive. They're very, very simple, straightforward lollipop. And See's candy is really good. It's always been really good. They make it the exact same way they made it when I was a kid, and I believe when my mom was a kid. Let me put it this way. It's an American candy maker and chocolatier that I would not be embarrassed to have a European taste and enjoy. And yes, I know about European chocolate, believe me. We're at 465 out of 500 nameless creatures before we can finally turn in that quest and I think get 2 more spec points. More scrolls of wisdom. Lucky me. Well, most American chocolate is pretty crap. There are exceptions. There are some extraordinary, smaller, even large brand names that own companies that were originally small and they continue to make, in essence, small company quality stuff. Scharfenberger is an American chocolate maker, and their stuff is extraordinary. And I'm pretty sure they were bought by one of the major companies, but their stuff didn't change at all. It's still freaking extraordinary. Oh, this looks... Oh, these guys. It's oh, yeah, no. Oh, boy. All right, the Biting Bile. I got rid of him. Lovely name he's got there, isn't it? The Biting Bile. Holy shit. The Bitter Bile. Okay. I don't know what the third one was. I didn't notice before I killed him. The Biting Bile, the Bitter Bile. The Bucket of Bile. 465 still. Bleak, thank you. So we had the bitter and biting and bleak. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty good. It's pretty thematic. I'll give them full marks for that. I was a little busy at the instant to actually see. I'm glad you caught that. Thank you. Thank you kindly. Oh, the Ankh of Eternity. Oh, yes. Clarissa. Sure, I'll hold on to that. All she wants to do is raise her dead boyfriend from the grave. It'll be fine. I'm sure. Ah, I see what you did there. BBB from GGG. Another level. I'm now level 66. Execute order 66. Another 6 socket. I say 6 and we get a 6 socket. What do I have to say to get another 6th link? Chris Wilson is my god. Will that work? Not yet. All right, is there a way out over here? There's not. When necromancing the dead ones, we lose. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, I was a Star Wars guy from when I saw the trailer a year before it came out at a little movie called Wizards. Ralph Bakshi's animated feature before he did a Lord of the Rings movie that's mostly forgotten. Yeah, I'm not surprised the Order 66 would stick. I always felt that was a stupid number. It's like, oh, could we make a reference to 666 and have it be subtle? No. You've seen Wizards? Really? That's a rarity. Not many people these days have seen Wizards. But I was in a theater. Oh, well, yeah. Okay. Right. Was it? Really? Didn't know that. I was in a theater in Oakland, California for Wizards, and the first trailer for Star Wars came on. And to say the crowd went fucking ape shit is a gross understatement. They went insane. Because the special effects in that first trailer, the only thing you'd ever seen anything close to that was 2001: A Space Odyssey. And this was obviously not a 2001: A Space Odyssey. This was a film for the geeks. But I did see the Ralph Bakshi Lord of the Rings. Actually, I think I have the Ralph Bakshi Lord of the Rings either on DVD or possibly Laserdisc. Man, I really am old, guys. I have a Laserdisc player and I own Laserdiscs. It's confirmed. Lens is old. So old. Well, I can accurately date my one trip to the Electronic Exposition in Las Vegas was because it was the first HD TVs to start showing up. So this would have been 90 to 92, somewhere in there. And everybody was showing Terminator 2 on Laserdisc. And it was absolutely a mind-blowing visual experience compared to regular television. It was amazing. So you watched a lot of anime on Laserdisc at a friend's house. So it was very high resolution, brain-damaging material. Shots fired.
Give it to me quickly.
I own a laser disc of Akira. I own a DVD of Ghost in the Shell and Princess Mononoke. And I love Akira. I think Akira is a masterpiece. I think Ghost in the Shell is extraordinarily good. I admire the craftsmanship in Princess Mononoke, but I didn't like it. And most of the rest of the genre, I couldn't give a flying fuck for. Now, let me give you a context. Anime first came to the US, at least where I was living, I think in 68 or 69. And there were two cartoons that were being shown. Kimba the White Lion, I think. But that was about animals, so that was for girls. And the other was Speed Racer. Speed Racer was cool. Speed was cool. Trixie was fine. Racer X was cool. Spritle and Chim Chim made me stop watching. And every single anime I've ever seen since has a Spritle and a Chim Chim and looks exactly the same as Speed Racer did. Sorry. Not an anime guy. But Akira definitely gets a pass. Because Akira is just great. Yeah, those were definitely the ones in syndication. Absolutely. I can't remember the name of the syndication company that brought them to the US. I need to head back to town and sell stuff. And I need to, I think, call it an evening. I mean, Path of Exile tends to be the game I stream longest in terms of individual sessions, but I'm surprised. I went for 4 hours tonight. I want to thank Nodnox in particular for keeping chat live. Chat keeps me engaged. I'm going to finish up here in town and probably call it an evening, I think. I have had a great night. Poor Tolman, yes. Poor Tolman. You raised him from the uneasy grave, and it didn't work out, did it, sweet cheeks? No, it didn't. Not just Nodnox. There were others pepping up, but certainly Nodnox was the primary culprit for keeping me here 4 hours. It's your fault. And absolutely nobody is buying that.
Watch yourself.
So I am giving streaming a skip for tomorrow. I'll be back on Monday. Even if I'm feeling good tomorrow, and that's not a sure thing, I think I'm going to give it a skip tomorrow. I need a day off. It's been so stressful lately. Actually, there's been some stress. Nice resists.
Be careful.
I will attempt to have a good evening. The more interesting question is, How good is the morning going to be? That one's still up in the air. So, I want to thank you guys for hanging out. As always, I am very, very appreciative. I do this to have fun, and I have more fun when I've got people hanging around and tossing in an occasional chat. So, I should be back on Monday at the usual time, 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern, middle of the night in Europe. I'm not sure. Maybe more Path of Exile, maybe another character in Path of Exile. I'm not sure. Also, very possible a key farm in Guild Wars 2. So, it's up in the air. Regardless, I should be back in a couple of days. Again, thank you guys for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Hopefully, you'll see me soon. Have a great rest of your Saturday night or early Sunday morning. And a great Sunday. I'll be back on Monday. Take care, and ciao for now. Good night, guys.